Birthday boy Orlando Arcia blew out the candles on the Rays' win streak last night as Milwaukee grabbed Game 1 of this series. And tonight, the Rays send their ace Alex Cobb to the hill, looking to down the Brew Crew in this interleague matchup. Tonight is game 2 of a 9-game homestand for the Rays, the second game of a 3-game series between the Rays and the Milwaukee Brewers. Rays starting the night a half game back in the wild card race. Hi again, everyone, with Ryan Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. We'll hear from Rich Hollenberg in just a few moments. Well, the Rays have won 3 interleague series against Milwaukee. And if they're going to make it 4, they're going to have to win the next 2 games after dropping last night's game. They're going to have to get some big offense and a couple of big left-handed hitters capable of supplying that. Lucas Duda and Logan Morrison.
And getting the job done right now. 2 big boys from the left side. Let's start with Lucas Duda coming over to the Rays in a trade. Now 8 games he's reached base safely in all 8 and showing some power to go along with it. A very discerning eye at the plate. And when he catches one clean, that baby's going to go. As you can see, a .292 average with 3 homers, but the on-base percentage at .455. And yes, the occasional ability to use the whole field, much like the next guy that we're going to be talking about, and that is Logan Morrison. Goes into August, and he has really turned the heat up the last 4 games. He's hit safely in all 4 games. 2 of them have been multi-hit games to go along with 2 home runs that were very big home runs, and another guy that can use the entire field. Well-defined strike zone, and when he has a well-defined strike zone, he will put up numbers just like this, and the Rays certainly hope that continues here throughout this weekend series.
And tonight, Alex Cobb will be on the mound looking for his 10th win of the year. He loves to pitch in Tropicana Field. For more on that, when we come back, Rich Hollenberg.
back on the winning track with his first start against Milwaukee in more than 3 seasons. Welcome back inside Tropicana Field. Alex Cobb's last start, maybe the most forgettable in the last 2 months, but that's because, by and large, the last 2 months, he has been the Rays' best starter. The veteran right-hander, unfazed by a recent bump in the road and still focused on moving forward.
The motto you learn when you're young, even in the minor leagues, is you get a day to sulk about it, and then the next day you come ready to get prepared for your next outing. And that's been kind of the formula that we've been bred to do, and seems to work. So it's in the past, and the season's I had a good stretch going before that, and if you try to kind of overhaul what's going on, I think you're going to do a lot more harm than good. So just make some minor tweaks here and there, and control the damage when things do happen. Don't let it get out of control like it did last time.
Cobb, a 2.59 home ERA this year, looking for win number 10 on the season as the Rays look to even the series at a game apiece with the Milwaukee Brewers in interleague play. Just about 3.5 minutes to go till first pitch. On the other side of this break, it's Dwayne and B.A. with the call.
With just over 50 games left to play in this regular championship season, tonight the Rays send right-hander Alex Cobb to the mound. Rays hope to make up some ground on this 9-game homestand, and Cobb will look for his 10th win of the year, making his 23rd start. Here's the lineup he will face, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Eric Thames leads it off. He is the DH, followed by the right fielder Domingo Santana. Ryan Braun is in left field. He'll hit third. Travis Shaw, the cleanup hitter, at third base. Jesus Aguilar at first. The catcher again tonight, Manny Pena. Hitting seventh and playing second base is Eric Sogard. Ian Broxton is in center field, and Orlando Arcia, a big night last night with a triple and a home run, scoring both runs in the game, will bat ninth.
Well, for Alex Cobb, it's about wash it all away. That last start, not your typical Alex Cobb start. It was a very short start, and like he said, you're not going to put too much stock into that. You give yourself a day to get over it, and then you flush that away and you get ready to work to go to work against the Brewers. Overall, the season numbers for Alex, very, very good. Let's take a look at the defense for the Rays and see how it's going to line up. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we've got Corey Dickerson, Malik Smith, and Steven Souza Jr. And then across the infield, third to first, Evan Longoria, Adani Echeverria, Brad Miller, and Logan Morrison. Jesus Sucre will handle the catching duties.
Alex Cobb all set to go to work on the hill. Eric Thames, the designated hitter, leading off again tonight. He's in the batter's box, in the first pitch of this game on its way, and it's a strike call. Fastball starts this contest tonight. Gabe Morales calling the balls and strikes. Started to go and check just in time. It's 1-1. So fastball, curveball to start things. It's in there for a strike. Well, off speed, changeup.
You know, typically the leadoff hitter, you know, he wants to be up there, work a long at bat, and give the dugout a chance to see all the pitchers' pitches. He didn't even have to. 3 pitches, and they've seen them all already.
2-2. Well, that changeup has been a little more evident lately, but for the longest, I mean, you talk about a pitch becoming a third pitch, it was a distant third.
Yeah, later in the game, low leverage situations, but you're right. We've seen him bring that out a little bit more, a little bit earlier.
Fastball is fouled straight back. Big cut at that pitch up, and he fouled it. Still 2-2.
Yeah, and that's a setup pitch right there by Alex Cobb. He goes with the fastball up, thinking, I'd love to get him to chase this, pop it up, swing through it. But even if I don't, it will set up my next offering. And that could either be the changeup or the curveball, whatever he feels better with on that night.
Back with a 2-2. Ground ball foul. Holds the count at 2-2.
Let's see, that's where the split changeup from prior to the Tommy John surgery, he goes to that one in that it's strike 3.
Yep.
And that's where, you know, this version, the 2017 version of the split change, the change of speed is good. The finish on the pitch, the action, the dropping action at the very end out of the zone, not quite there yet. It is from time to time, but not consistently.
And that's strike 3. He got him with a curveball that time. Tried to check, but Thames had gone around.
Well, he committed early here. This ball is out of the hand. It's a ball very low in the zone and out of it quickly. But Eric Thames just did not pick it up very well, and he went way too far.
So the first man retired for Domingo Santana. Pitch is high. Santana celebrating a birthday today, his 25th, and let's stop with last night's birthday party held by Orlando Arcia, 23 and a big night. So enough of the birthdays. Rays looking for better results here with one of these Brewer hitters observing a birthday in the lineup again tonight. 2-0 the count to Santana. Two and one as he chops it foul.
Yeah, last night a frustrating game. Orlando Arcia was a one-man wrecking crew offensively, and then when you flip it over and you look at what the Rays offense a ton of hits, 9 hits, and 11 runners left on base. They had the bases loaded twice, a first and third situation with nobody out. And Jake Faria, he pitched tough. We just saw Brandon Woodruff. He pitched very tough, especially when you consider Major League debut.
It's 3-1. Woodruff mid-90s with that fastball. His first Major League start, 97 pitches. Shut out the Rays on 7 hits through 6 1/3. Shot to center field. Malik Smith is there, and he makes the catch. And that ball started to come back on him a little bit.
Yeah, that ball had some funk to it out there to center field, and maybe some of that knuckling action, and Malik Smith ends up having to go down to make sure that he secures the catch. Watch his ball off the bat. There it starts to come back and drop rather quickly. Ball looked like it was going to carry for a while, and then it seemingly just died and started to fade a little bit. Malik Smith had to make that kind of a catch.
It's certainly not routine.
No.
That did have some strange movement to it. So 2 gone. Ryan Braun. First pitch is a strike. Braun 12 home runs, hitting .265. That pitch drops too low. 1-1. What's wrong with that pitch? He's wondering.
That's one of those pitches where, because the catcher catches it outside of his body, maybe sometimes you don't get the call. But when you're set up off the plate in, you can't miss that pitch. I don't care where he catches it. You cannot miss that one. That's right down the middle.
And there's a strike on the corner. Takes it 2-2. Two up, 2 down. The chopper down to third. Scoop by Longoria. A throw to first in time. No harm done, and it's a 1-2-3. Top half of the first. Cobb and Morales talk it over on the way toward the dugout there.
I mean,
Zach Davies will head to the mound for Milwaukee. The Rays coming into hit in the bottom of the first inning. No score. And we'll take a quick look at the Rays lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Corey Dickerson, Lucas Duda, the DH at second in front of Evan Longoria. And then Logan Morrison at first hitting cleanup, followed by Steven Souza Jr., Brad Miller, Kadeni Echeverria back in there at shortstop. Alex Smith hits eighth. Jesus Sucre, the catcher, bats ninth.
Well, the one thing that you can say about Zach Davies is he pitches on the right nights and he wins ball games. 22 starts on the season, a 12-5 record despite the ERA of 4.42 in 124 and a third innings.
And there's Corey Dickerson to try to get it started against this 24-year-old right-hander. Fouls it out of play. Strike one. Dickerson starting tonight, hitting .301. Fourth in the league in hits. Second in multi-hit games. So Dickerson getting his first look at Zach Davies. Strike. Top part of the zone.
You can see already Davies not overpowering that fastball in the upper 80s, but he will use the entire strike zone, move the ball around, try to change eye levels, change speeds.
Breaking ball is bounced foul. Still two strikes.
And that's a pitch, especially left-handers. You got to worry about that pitch with two strikes. Also the changeup. He will cut the fastball.
Up and in.
That's maybe the one pitch that you can throw that will not get a swing from Corey Dickerson. And maybe the only.
Yep. Although he could swing while ducking a pitch as well, but it's difficult.
Well, and he'd probably drop it in there for a hit, maybe for extra bases. He's hit one like that before for a double.
Yes, he has. 2-2. Bounce it in. He'll make contact. Dickerson swinging at over 58% of pitches seen. It's fourth highest in the majors. Lifts it into right field. Santana is there to make the catch. One away.
Let's take a look at Milwaukee's defense here tonight, brought to you by our very dear friends at Golden Diamond Source. In the outfield, left or right, we've got Ryan Braun, Keon Broxton, and Domingo Santana. And across the infield, third to first, Travis Shaw, Orlando Arcia. Eric Sogard gets the start at second with Jesus Aguiar, and Manny Pena will be back behind the plate.
Lucas Duda. He's the DH tonight. What a job he has done. Hitting .292 in the 8 games he's played in a Rays uniform. 3 home runs in those games. Now 1-1.
He's reached base safely in all 8 games, and that tells you he just continues to have quality at bats. Whether he's taking walks or putting big swings on a pitch, he does not give at bats away. Let's put it that way. You see some guys that on given nights you feel like maybe they gave some away. Lucas Duda, every 3 or 4 at bats that he gets on a given night, he really tries to work a great AB.
There's a couple of at bats in his career against Davies. There's one hit into short right, and with the shift employed, Sogard throws him out. Arcia out there in short right field with the shift on. So that's the second out.
Well, what a night he had. We talked about his offense. So what about the defense? What about that play at the plate? You had a strong throw from Ryan Braun to Arcia, who, if it wasn't for a strong, accurate throw from Arcia, the Rays get on the board there, and who knows how the scope of the game changes.
Evan Longoria takes the pitch down, 1-0. It's a strike right out there on the corner. It's the kind of pitch Davies relies on. He's not going to be overpowering it. That fastball average is a little under 90. 1-2. Here's that play you mentioned, VA, the throw, the relay throw. You're not going to see a better relay throw than this.
Did you see how quickly he got it out of his glove, too? You talk about how strong the throw is, but watch, boom, turn, gone. It was a perfect relay from both guys.
And a bouncing ball. Longoria is out of there. So the Rays are up and down. 1-2-3. Sogard takes care of that one. No score. Forces Network in its 75th year of broadcasting to American military personnel overseas in more than 170 countries and naval ships at sea. We welcome all of you watching tonight. Salute and thank you for your service. Travis Shaw, the third baseman, leads off. The cleanup man. Craig Counsell's lineup. Is foul, just a little piece of that went foul. Shaw, Aguilar, and Pena due up. Low 1-1, a 1-2-3 first for Cobb. Picked up a strikeout of Eric Thames and then got Santana and Braun. You mentioned when he walked off the field, Gabe Morales met him up that first baseline, a little conversation, and there are times when an umpire will admit to a pitcher. There's a liner. So Cobb ducking that one, a line drive into center field, a base hit. Shaw's aboard. Umpire might tell a pitcher, hey, I just missed that call. And you had that ever done to you with a missed call like that?
Yeah, absolutely. A number of times that's happened, and I'll tell you, it's refreshing. We all make mistakes, yep. You know, and when a guy can say, hey, listen, that was on me, that pitch was there, you talk about not having an issue with it anymore. You realize you're a human being. You made a mistake and you owned up to it. It could be in a big spot. It may not be in a big spot. It could be in the first inning of a ball game. But when an umpire does that, that shows you a lot about his character.
Pitch down and away. Yeah, I think it builds credibility. for the reason that you just mentioned. We all make mistakes.
Yeah.
Boy, we know that.
Oh. I don't have any Polaroids or anything, but I've definitely sinned.
Yeah, that's good. And a strike, 1-1. Yeah, remember those? I'm talking Polaroids now. Remember those?
Yes.
People go, what are those?
Hey,
things?
listen. A couple of years ago, for Christmas for the kids, got them a couple of these miniature Polaroid cameras. They were smaller versions of it.
Mm-hmm.
They thought they were the greatest thing. You couldn't find the film for it.
Yeah.
The stores were selling out of it like hotcakes. I mean, you could not find the film. Because the kids, I don't know, it was a given year. They still have those cameras. They still want the film. But that was a big give, going back in time.
We'll turn back the clock gift.
Everything comes full circle. Ends up being gone and then it becomes cool again. Retro, vintage.
Sure. Yeah, I really like vintage.
What's unfortunate, in my life's becoming, the feel of it is becoming vintage.
I know all about it. 3-1 the count.
I just purchased my first "Get Off My Lawn" sign. Install that on the off day.
I took a picture of it with my Polaroid. Now Cobb all set. 3-1 pitch. A cut, a foul ball. Well, this Milwaukee lineup filled with some power. They've hit 160 home runs. We touched on it last night how in many ways these teams reflect each other. The Rays have 159 home runs. Milwaukee 160. They started this series with identical records of 57 and 53.
The strikeouts.
And there's one. Speaking of a call, third strike. Second strikeout for Cobb.
You know, this is where you say, Jesus, what exactly were you looking for? That's what they're thinking on the bench over there on the Milwaukee side. 92 right there. And obviously looking for something else, whether it be the curveball or the changeup. To take a fastball like that, that was the last thing on your mind.
So a big strikeout here after the leadoff single. Now the catcher. And 0 for 3 last night. And he takes the first pitch for strike one. Curveball starts him.
Manny Pena having a nice year offensively. That on-base percentage at .340. Does have 7 home runs while all working behind the plate.
And a bit low there. 1-1.
You know, this team really has fallen on hard times offensively since the All-Star break. You know, the first half of the season, these guys were tearing it up. Had the lead on the Chicago Cubs, swinging the bat as well as anybody in the game. But things have really slowed for them in the last couple of weeks.
There's a pitch missing wide. It's 2-1. Well, here's the breakout. The last 18, they've gone 6-12 and averaging just over 3 runs a game.
Yeah, there you go. That tells the tale. Tough to win when that runs per game average sits around 3. Starters have been doing a nice job. The bullpen has struggled.
A popper foul ball, and Morrison right there for it. It's the second out. Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Let's take a look at the offensive comparison between the Rays and the Brewers. Runs almost even. Average, home runs, slugging percentage, all the way down to the strikeouts.
Did you think a month and a half ago that anybody was going to catch the Rays in the strikeouts?
No, the Rays were on this just you can't catch me pace for striking out.
I think at one point it was either 500 or 600. They hit 500 before any other team hit 400. I mean, they had a lead. They were lapping the competition, and here Milwaukee, out of nowhere, has taken the lead as the Rays have cut down just a little bit.
Eric Sogard, veteran infielder up here. Just a little bit of the fastball foul, and it's 1-1. Sogard 3 of 13. One guy in this lineup with a number of at-bats against Alex Cobb.
Had some years out there in Oakland where they got to square off.
Cobb tried to backdoor the curveball, and it stayed away. 2-1.
You'll see that a lot from Alex. He's advanced enough with that pitch this season that he will try to command it and locate it on both sides of the plate.
And the fastball fouled straight back. 2-2.
Well, see, here's what he's recognizing is Sogard right now is really pulling, pulling off that ball. And so even that fastball right there that he fouled off, it was off the very end of the bat. He doesn't have full plate coverage right now. That's why he tries to backdoor the curveball. That's why he has stayed away from him. That right now is the weak spot, the hole in the swing. And see if he changes his approach here now with 2 strikes.
Runner takes off, pitch inside. Boy, what a jump. And that went right into the head of Shaw. And he is on his back out there in the middle of the infield. He got a great jump, and the throw from Sucre sailed right into him. You can see the look on Sucre's face right there. Not a thing he could do about that, and unfortunately, here it is again.
When he got the hand of the glove of Echeverria at the same time.
Yeah, they will be very cautious about this. That got him
right in the neck. Right in the side of the neck.
They will be very careful with this. Certainly hate to see anything like this. And Alex Cobb, of course, knows all about this. When he was struck by that line drive by Eric Hosmer. And this a throw down to second base. Travis Shaw hit by the throw down. Sitting position now. And boy, that's good to see him up and walking off the field, but they will take every precaution with something like that. He's been a very important part of this Milwaukee ball club coming over from Boston. And really the heart of their lineup with the kind of year he's had. So we'll get a pinch runner now. Hernan Perez, who played second base last night. Perez will be the runner.
Your attention, ladies. Pinch running for show. Number 14, Hernan Perez.
Hernan Perez running in the aftermath of a very sobering moment here, as Shaw stole second and was hit in the neck by that throw down. The count on Sogard is full. And a foul ball, just a little bit of that one. We'll see another 3-2 pitch from Alex Cobb. Shaw opened with a base hit with 2 outs, was running, picked up a steal, struck by the throw down. Perez runs for him, and Cobb ready to make another 3-2 pitch to Sogard. And another foul ball, caught a piece of Sucre. Trying to shake that off. For the third time, a 3-2 pitch about to be made by Cobb. Steps back. Goes the runner to third. The pitch is skied into short center field. Alex Smith is there. He's having a little trouble. Echeverria out there, and Smith made the grab at the last moment. Man left, no score. do to lead off for the Rays, and tonight's jackpot brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Well, how do you have an earned run average of almost 4.5 and a record of 12-5? Run support. Zach Davies, 7.31 runs in support of him.
Yeah, like I said, pitching on the right night. I mean, you get backed up like that, it's a crime if you don't win some games. And he's got a 4.42 earned run average and 12 wins on the season.
Logan Morrison takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Souza Jr. and then Miller will follow. Ball, 1 strike. He's facing the right-hander Davies. 6-foot right-hander, 24 years old. Breaking ball there. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Davies originally in the Baltimore Orioles system, drafted in the 2011 amateur draft. 2. To the Baltimore, from Baltimore to the Milwaukee organization, and came up with the Brewers in 2015. Ground ball first base side. Aguilar with the toss to Davies. Morrison is out of there. He won 3 and lost 2 in 6 starts with a 371 earned run average. The Brewers in 2015. Last year made 28 starts and was 11-7 with an earned run average of just under 4, 397. He doesn't walk a lot of people. In fact, he's walked coming into this game 39 this year, and that's 1 more than he walked all of last year in 28 starts. He made 22 starts this year coming into this game. Steven Souza Jr. It's way wide. Ball, no strikes. High pop fly. Garcia. Fair ball just inside the line. The shortstop down there to make that catch in front of the left fielder, Braun.
Second baseman, number 13, Brad.
So 2 up, 2 down in the second inning, and now it's Brad Miller. Miller 0 for 3 last night, hitting .194, 4 home runs. One. Ahead 2-0. Well, Miller coming off last year's 30 home run season, and now over the last couple of months of the season, he's going to be the primary guy, especially against right-handed pitching. At second base, he fouls it off. It's 2-1. Grab of a souvenir for that young man right there. Even the count at 2-2. Talking about the strikeouts earlier from that June 1st when the Rays were tops. Since then, they've been 9th in the majors in strikeouts, and the Brewers have been the most prolific at striking out. In fact, over that stretch since June the 1st, the Brewers with 592 strikeouts, and the Rays 494. So the Brewers were striking out way more than the Rays since June the 1st. Almost 100 more. And there's ball 4. Miller takes a walk, and the Rays got their first base runner. Getting Danny Echeverria to the plate with a man at first and 2 outs.
Well, when you think too, when you look at the Milwaukee lineup and look at the youth in it, you would expect those numbers to be high. You know, the Rays, a lot of it was approach, and the same thing with Milwaukee. But as the season has moved on, especially here recently, the Rays have faced a number of pitchers that aren't strikeout guys. They've done a better job of putting the ball in play. On top of that, they've gotten some veterans in there like Echeverria and Duda, even though he's only been here for 8 games. But boy, when you have a young team, and that's what you're seeing with the Yankees too. You know, trouble scoring runs here lately, and you've got a lot of youth in that lineup that's hitters or pitchers have been able to take advantage of, and some of the older guys in the lineup, the bat seems to have slowed down here in August, which is not
unusual.
Not at all.
Yep. Yankees have lost 4 in a row, while the Red Sox have won 4 straight. Rays started the day running third, 4.5 back of Boston. Game and a half behind the Yankees and a half game behind Kansas City. 2-1 to count on Echeverria. To look at the East. The Red Sox picking up a game on the Yankees and the Rays spread over the last 10 days. Lifted into center. Broxton will be there as he makes the catch. No runs, a walk, and a man left. The end of 2. No score. Tonight's Geico great moment back on the 29th of July 2014. His first and only start until tonight against the Brewers. Alex Cobb was 8 innings, giving up a run, 3 hits with 12 strikeouts en route to the victory. 12 strikeouts, 1 short of his career high. Tonight, no scores. We go to the 3rd. The line from that game at the end of July of 2014. Broxton to lead it off, the center fielder. Pitch is a strike. Be followed by Arcia and then Thames. Cobb's numbers much better at home than on the road. 5-3 with a 259 in 9 starts at home. 4-4 with a 494 spread over 13 starts on the road. And a base hit punch through the middle, leadoff single. For the second straight inning, the Brewers have the leadoff man on. This time Broxton aboard.
Shortstop, number 3.
Most of the damage for Cobb on the road came in 3 starts, 1 in Seattle, 1 in Baltimore, and 1 in Houston. There's the breakout. He pitched 5 innings in his first start in June. That was in Seattle, gave up 9 runs. First start in July, gave up 7 runs, 6 earned, and 6 1/3 at Baltimore. And then the last time out, 8 runs against Houston over there in 3 innings.
Well, here he's keeping an eye on Keon Broxton. Alex Cobb, there's been a lot of activity on the base paths against Alex, whether it be pickoffs or stolen base attempts or stolen bases. Broxton 17 out of 23 on the NL leaders in that category.
Yeah, he's 6th in the league in steals. There's a strike to Arcia.
You get the leadoff man aboard that has speed and stolen base potential, and you start to think about Craig Counsell and the Brewers trying to do something to create runs here.
And they run anyway. 90 steals coming into play tonight. 91 now. First and Broxton back, and you look at this, you look at their offensive numbers, and any way you break it out, you go, well, you like power, sure, they're in, they're going to hit home runs. Want to steal bases, sure, they're in. How about strikeouts? Yeah, well, they're going to be aggressive and strike out a lot. I mean, they're just tops across the board. They're full up and full out.
Well, and you know what? And when you have a team like that, and you're not scoring a ton of runs, and you're not hitting home runs in bulk right now, then that's where you put the running game into works. And so when you see this team over the last 18 games averaging 3 runs a game, well, when you get into a situation like this, you start to think about moving some base runners, trying to create a little bit of offense. It's nice to be able to have that option to at times rely on the long ball and swinging the bats aggressively, and at other times making things happen.
Runner goes. The pitch is outside. Throw close. He's in there with a steal. Broxton picks up his 18th stolen base, stealing his way into scoring position.
Well, that was awfully close, but it looked like Broxton at the very end. It's almost like he picked up speed into that slide. Gets a pretty good jump. Sucre gets rid of it, and he's able to just get that right foot to the back edge of the bag. Yeah, he's in there.
The Rays taking a moment to determine whether they would like to have that looked at, and the eventual answer is no. The count is a ball, 2 strikes to Arcia. Arcia, a big part of last night's game. Runner goes to third. The pitch is lined into right. That will not be caught. Broxton tried to head back to second. Now he's going to head to the plate, and into second base goes Arcia. Well, Broxton had third base stolen. Arcia lined it into right. Souza tried to make a diving catch. And with that, Broxton was trying to get back to second until the ball popped away from Souza Jr. in right. Turns out to be a hit, and the first run of the game scored.
You can see the jump right there. The jump, he was going to walk into third, and that ball actually got to the turf. And Souza Jr. ends up redirecting it off the turf into the glove, out of the glove.
And you see that base easily stolen. Now you got to watch for the flight of the ball. Touch the bag, head back. Oh. And now retrace and score. And that's what that speed does for you. I mean, this is why you try to create something, and you steal second, on your way to third.
And there goes Arcia. He's headed to third, and he is out. So Arcia trying to steal third. The Rays cut him down. Sucre's throw to Longoria.
And I doubt that one right there was called by anybody. You got a runner on second with nobody out. This is Arcia on his own, and a bad decision by the youngster. He tries to play the little miss game right there, but Evan Longoria stays right with him and able to tag that left bicep. Oh boy, that's getting greedy right there. It's one thing to try to create nobody out, stealing second, and you're going to steal third. Know that you're going to get it. Like Broxton heads third base, he could have walked there. But Arcia, the first out at third base in that situation, not too good.
Now the base is empty, and the 1-0 pitch to Thames is in there for a strike. The Brewers being aggressive tonight. Two and one. James drove in a run with a base hit in last night's game, 1 for 4. Takes it down, 3 and 1. Full count. And strike 3 call. Thames ready to get rid of the bat and is caught looking. So he leaves the plate.
He's had a rough series here as far as disagreeing with umpires' calls on the fringes of the zone. Split changeup, stays up the whole way. See how Sucre just yanked that ball down. Ends up getting the call for Alex, and Thames goes down again, and none too happy once again.
Santana lines it into right, going after the first pitch. He has a base hit. It's 4 hits now off Cobb, 3 coming in this inning. Brian Braun. Broxton has scored the run, young man out of Lakeland. Arcia drove him home, then he was caught trying to steal third. It's been a busy series so far for Arcia. 4 hits and 4 plate appearances. Triple, home run, a couple of runs batted in, 2 runs scored, and a caught stealing of third. And the Rays gladly taking that. Over to first. Santana back in. One more time. Santana 9 stolen bases in 12 attempts. That's a strike, 1-1. Stays inside now. 2 balls and a strike.
Alex Cobb trying to make a little adjustment here, varying his times to the plate. The right-hander's at a disadvantage, and so that's what they have to do. On top of that, he does have a very good pickoff move. Quick feet, short arm action.
And now it's 3-1. Fastball fouled, and the count is full.
You know, you get the feeling here too that not only is Craig Counsell trying to push the envelope for the benefit of his team, but also trying to get in the head of Alex Cobb, because Alex knows who the base stealers are on this team. And so when one after the other these guys are going, you start to think about that. Even if you know, Santana doesn't end up going here, you're still thinking about it. And the more that you give that thought, maybe the less you're able to execute a pitch towards the plate. So it's a mind game on the pitcher also.
3-2, runner goes, and the pitch is lined, caught by Miller at second base. And that'll put an end to the inning, and out of all of that, the Brewers score 1 run.
They trail 1-0, and tonight's center fielders Mallex Smith and Milwaukee's Keon Broxton share a lot more in common than just their position that they play. Both are native Floridians from the Sunshine State. Mallex Smith hailing from Tallahassee, Broxton from nearby Lakeland, and both cut their teeth in Gainesville, Florida at small Santa Fe Community College. Talked to Smith earlier about it. He said he's known Broxton for a few years, and Broxton's name was the one he heard when he was being recruited to Santa Fe.
And here they are in the big leagues as Mallex Smith takes the first pitch to open the bottom of the third. Off speed is in for a strike. Smith, Sucre, and Dickerson. Ground ball to second, grabbed by Sogard. Smith is out number 1 here in the third. Well, a long top of the third. Out in the bottom of the third. Sucre stepping up. Well, the initial word on the injury to Travis Shaw, a neck contusion, day to day, and they will be very careful and check that out. And you hope that that's all it is. That would be great to come away with just that.
Yeah, because he had the double whammy. The throw goes into the neck right up by the jawline, almost kind of below the ear. And then the tag from Echeverria, he's going to try to catch that baseball. The glove catches him in the face. And you could see as he was walking off the field, he kind of had that glazed look, understandably so.
Yep.
You just don't want to see something like that derail the type of year that he's having, a true breakout year for the Milwaukee Brewers in that everyday role where he's able to go out and flourish. And you don't want something, a freak accident like that to have any negative effects on his season.
Yeah, and from where it appeared to strike him there and that neck just below the skull, it turns out that if what we're seeing right now and hearing, he's very fortunate not to be injured any more than what we're hearing now is a contusion. Down to first base, Sucre's out, 3 unassisted. It was a scary moment here. Travis Shaw back in the second inning.
Oh, man.
And that looked terrible.
Yep, that is not fun to watch.
And so we hope that there's nothing beyond the initial reports. Everyone is so cautious and aware of the concussion now, so they'll be very careful in regard to Travis Shaw. Dickerson, 1 ball, no strikes. Giants have lost Brandon Belt to that, and another concussion. I think he had 1 in college and now 2 in the pro ranks with the Giants. Been cutting the moose. It's 1-1.
You know, here's the thing ting I wonder how many times it's gone undiagnosed. You know, I mean, I can remember playing catch before you know, a high school game and getting absolutely tuned up. You know, ball, guy misses it, hits you right square in the side of the head, and you're seeing stars forever.
Into short right, and they throw to first with that shift on. Dickerson is out of there. So Arcia made the baseball on Fox Sports Sun. brought to you by your local Ford dealer and by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. It was a 2-0 final last night. Milwaukee taking the first game of this series. As we go to the 4th inning tonight, it's 1-0 Milwaukee. Alex Cobb, 58 pitches through the first 3. Face Hernan Perez, Aguilar, and then Pena. First pitch is a ball. It's 1-0. Perez hitting in the place vacated by Shaw. Two 2-0. Strike. Perez in the game last night started at second base. Had a hit and 4 at bats. Lifts it foul, out of play, 2-2. Out of Venezuela. Spent a long time in the Tiger system. Came up without a ball by the mound, but Miller's there. You can see the reach by Cobb trying to get back over there, and Miller made the play. Sometimes you want to be careful with those sudden moves on the mound, trying to field a ground ball like that.
And it's easy to say and it's impossible because you just react. It's instinctual. You see this ball and you want to get it. So yeah, you do put yourself and your body at risk by doing that, an awkward landing coming off of a slope, but you can't help yourself. And that's why you really tip your hat to guys when you see them go for that ground ball barehanded and they're able to pull their hand down at the last second, able to think it through, so to speak, because the instinct is, boy, oh boy, if you can make a play and try to get it out yourself, you do it.
Want to know the count to the Brewers first baseman. Shift on for the Rays. Miller on the shortstop side of second. Hard hit line drive to left. Challenged by Dickerson. He gets it. He knocked it down enough so that it wouldn't roll too far behind him, and a great recovery by Dickerson. He was challenging that ball, hard hit and sinking. And it's a single for Aguilar.
Well, and he challenged it with the right hitter at the plate. Aguilar does not run well at all. If he had, he's got a chance here. But Corey Dickerson, that ball with a ton of topspin, comes in and gets caught up a little bit too close to it. And then has to recover, go back and get it, scramble back and get it.
1 on, 1 out. And Pena, the catcher. It's down. Ball, no strikes. One and one. Brewers have had base runners in each of the last 3 innings. They scored a run in the 3rd. 2, the fastball in. Pena started his career in the Texas Rangers organization. Got to the big leagues in Kansas City a couple of times. Last year with the Brewers, this year the same, and a pitch misses wide. 2-2.
We see Sucre trying to snatch that ball back into the zone. That's something that both of these catchers are very good at. And it's not that subtle movement. I mean, they really try to catch it, get around the baseball, and yank it to the corner. Quick wrist.
Lifted toward right center field. Long run. Souza Jr.'s there. Enough hang time, and he gets over to make the catch. The runner goes back to first. He's there with 2 outs.
Now, being able to cover a lot of ground out in the outfield for the Rays, and when you think about Malik Smith, Souza Jr., Kevin Kiermaier, Souza Jr., they've got left center all the way over to right field, very well covered. Souza Jr. is another guy that's taken a leap as a defender this season, as has Corey Dickerson out left.
Derek Sogard. Ball, no strikes. One.
See, they're still trying to pound that little quadrant down and away from Sogard. Get the feeling that he's starting to lean out there. You may see him come in, but they're going to have to be convinced.
1-2.
And see, even that curveball ended up down and in. But if you saw where Sucre was set up, they wanted that pitch on the outer half. He just kind of pulled it back in and still is able to keep it in the zone, and now has a chance to finish off this inning. And I think they are going to come in.
Down and in, as it turns out, out of the zone with the fastball. 2-2.
You get some of these hitters where the book on them is, you know, early they try to pull, but with 2 strikes they'll look to stay up the middle the other way. So all of a sudden you get ahead of them away, and then you close them in, and that looked to be what they were going after right there.
And a cut and a miss. Got him with a changeup. A man left on base. We're headed into the bottom of the 4th inning. It is still a 1-0 ball game. Getting into hit in the bottom of the fourth. MLB.TV every night, every device. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Plus, get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackouts and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Now the Rays have Lucas Duda leading off here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Taking a curveball too low for a ball. Second time through here for the Rays against Davies. 1-1. Duda, Longoria, and Morrison due up. Which is popped up. Got that baseball in a bit, and a popper into shallow left, and Vaughn comes in to make the catch.
Yeah, you know what he's been doing, Dwayne, is Zach Davies has not missed many spots. He's staying out of the middle of the plate, which he absolutely has to do to have success, and he's not missing. He's coming in and staying in. He wants to go away. He's been able to spot it away. Early off speed to get ahead. He is doing a great job of pitching here. You know, he's been on a nice little run. We talked about his ERA and run support. But his last 3 starts, he's only given up 3 earned runs in 21 2/3 coming in. So he's throwing the ball very well right now and continuing that here tonight.
And he gets a ground ball out of Longoria. He's out. Short to first. So a couple of quick outs here. That's a recent pass that you referenced right there.
You know what? And before you think about level of competition, take a look. Pittsburgh, Washington, Chicago Cubs. I mean, it's not like he's going through some light hitting teams. I mean, you've got some powerhouses mixed in there, and he's throwing the ball extremely well against them.
Logan Morrison. Well, what we've seen so far, and to this point, to the chagrin of the Rays, but we're seeing some old-fashioned pitching going on tonight. Location, sequencing.
It's fun to watch.
Ground ball into short right, and the throws there in time. The ground ball, and Arcia took care of that out of the shed. On to the fifth, 1-0 Milwaukee. Brought to you by T-Mobile, and a couple of entries in the Unlimited Baseball booked. Yu Darvish, apparently Dodger blue suits him just fine. And how about Bartolo Colon, 44 years old, first complete game by a guy that age since Nolan Ryan, who was 45 in 1992, went the distance.
Well, so you know what?
Colon just 44. Let's do it.
20 years.
Yeah.
20 years ago was his first. How about that? Throw a CG and then someone goes, hey, 20 years later, you're going to do the same thing. Might even be in the game.
When you're 44.
Right. Well, that 97, I was with him that season with Cleveland. Watched him come through the ranks. Boy, he could, you know, he's a sinker ball guy now.
Yeah.
Just can spot up the sinker, both sides of the plate, and that's what he
just
throws.
Fire away.
Oh, he was a guy that would just rear back. He was mid 90s consistently, 94, 96, and just short arm action, and that ball just had some pop on it. Has completely revamped his game and reinvented himself as a sinker guy.
Two and one to Broxton here in the 5th inning in a 1-0 game. Frustrating for the Rays so far. No runs in this series for the Rays. Shut out last night, down 1-0 as we play in the top of the 5th inning tonight. Broxton pops it back, a first, foul. Morrison gives it a go, but it's out of play. And it's 2-2. Morrison appears to be moving pretty well on that heel. That was a problem for a while, a week or so ago. Over there quickly.
He looked to be moving better here in the last few days, but you know, Kevin Cash was staying with Lucas Duda out there, but you can't let Logan Morrison get stale. So you know, he's going to play out there plenty also.
Shot at the outside corner, misses with a fastball, and the count is full.
And it's always a nice problem to have, unless there are egos that could potentially get involved. And in this case, I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. But that's the only time where that's a bad thing.
Swing and a miss. Broxton out. Missed the fastball. Lead off strikeout here in the 5th inning. 5th strikeout.
A low riding sinker, sneak it under the swing.
Number 3, Orlando Arcia.
And here's Orlando Arcia. Arcia getting credit for a double his first time up. So spread over the first 2 games, he has hit for the cycle, as it turns out. Tripled his first time up last night, then a single and a home run. Doubled his first time up, and he's 4 for 4 in 4 plate appearances in the series. 1-1. All of that spread over 12 innings. Ground ball, and the Rays get him out. And Chavarria to Morrison. 2 up, 2 down. Rays have made a splash all summer, and now kids get a chance to dive in. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. The Rays host the Brewers. Kids 14 and under receive swim goggles, presented by 7-Eleven. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up.
And you know what? When you pick up those swim goggles, you better be at the pool Monday. Better be at the pool Monday, because school is lurking.
That's right. Right around the corner.
Get some use. Although it is Florida, so
yeah,
the swim season goes a little longer.
You'll have plenty of weather, not as much time.
There you go.
Going to school.
That's it.
2-0. You don't want to miss school.
They frown upon that.
Yes. Yep. All the great things you can learn. Prepare yourself.
You know, it has changed so much. I can remember, well, we used to vacation. My grandparents had a trailer over in Zephyr Hills. We would drive down. We'd stay there 3-4 weeks.
Yeah.
During school. Bring schoolwork. You know, Mom would make sure that we did it, that we're well prepared for the test when we went back. And that was no problem. You couldn't do that now.
That was a precursor to homeschooling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got smarter when we came down to Florida. That's why I enjoy it down here so much.
You're in your element.
Yeah.
We have a lot of intellectual conversations.
Which is part of the show, which should be broadcast at some point. Whenever we feel like it's time for us to leave, then we'll do a year or two of the show, and we'll be out for sure.
Yeah, that'll facilitate the leaving. Here's a problem. Hey, you know who has a real great homeschooling story is Carlos Sobrero, the first base coach of the Brewers. He managed in the minor leagues, had kids, took them with him, and he was all part of the homeschooling that his kids went through. That's not a bad idea for baseball, you know, with all the travel.
Oh boy,
that's a great idea. Prepare for that. A piece of that one fouled by Thames.
Well, you hear a lot about that with like child actors and actresses.
Yeah, lifestyle certainly recommends that.
Traveling tutor.
Yeah. How about that? If you're in the minor leagues, you're a manager or a coach, you're trying to develop all those kids and your own.
You're right. I mean, think about that. Do you sleep?
Yeah.
I don't think that you could.
And there is ball 4. And now Cobb not happy over that one. In the third, it was Thames who wasn't happy. And now Alex Cobb not happy. Let's take a look at this pitch right here.
Well, in Sucre, you could see him coming out of his stance as if he was anticipating that being a strike, maybe just off the plate, but we've seen it called before. If they ring Thames up on that, he's probably out of this game by now.
Yeah, he's had a difficult game and a half.
Yeah.
Now Santana. There's a pitch that looked pretty good. Alice had it down. 1 ball, no strikes. Quick move over to first. And Cobb can be quick.
Yeah, he has that combo that you need to have as a right-hander. If you're going to pick guys off, you want to keep them close. But if you're going to pick them off, quick feet, short arm action, accurate throw. And Cobb has all 3. That's why he's got 5 pickoffs.
Close here. 2-0.
James Shields, another guy. And that's why he was able to rack up a ton of pickoffs.
Standing up in the bullpen for the Rays. Pitch count moving toward the mid-90s for Cobb. So there's some action in the bullpen. He tried that breaking ball, trying to drop it in, and now it's 3-0. It stayed up.
You got to be careful here too, because Santana's going to turn it loose 3-0. So back to a quality strike if you want him to get back in this count. Starts right here.
And he swings and fouls it. He was ready. 3-1.
Yeah, there's not many guys, and maybe they do it on their own, but there's not many 3-0 takes anymore. It is, hey, listen, 3-0, if they're going to come out over the heart of the plate, the way that the game is built now with so much power, guys are going to go after it. They're going to give it their best swing.
Swing there on fastball as he fouls it. And the count is full. Strike out of Broxton. Garcia out on the ground ball, then the walk to Thames on a 3-2 pitch, and now it's 3-2 to Santana. Line foul, out of play. returns to first. Two again. Strike three call. He got him looking. A man left. Big strikeout there as Santana took that one right down the middle. 1-0 Milwaukee. Up the Republic Bank Draft Room blends hospitality and comfort, offering local craft beers and themed signature food items. Tropicana Field's premier destination exclusively for Rays season ticket holders. The Republic Bank Draft Room. Call 888-FAN-RAYS for information. Steven Souza Jr. leading off, and he takes the pitch for a strike. And boy, Zach Davies has been throwing strikes all night. He's only made, what is that now, 40? I have him at 49 pitches. There's 49. 1-1. Facing his first man in the 5th inning. 3 pitches in, and he's made 50 pitches all night.
Efficient. He's been pounding the zone, but he's been pounding it in good areas. And
now 2-1. Here's a curveball.
Yeah, well, yeah, and it wasn't even a great one. But he has this Rays offense just a little bit on edge. His ability to mix these pitches and use both sides of the plate. And now you've got a chance here. A good at-bat work by Souza Jr.
Yeah, here's big news. It's the second full count he's had tonight. He walked Brad Miller, and Miller has been the only base runner. Rays do not have a hit tonight. Souza Jr. fouls that one.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful coming in on Souza Jr. Especially when you think about that home run that he hit in Houston. That was a pitch that was in and off the plate. And not only did he get to it, but he kept it fair, which isn't easy to do. You better have it in a good spot or use that pitch right there to set something else up.
And a foul ball back, a fastball. He's had a couple of big rips here.
Yeah, and you think after the back-to-back fastballs that Davies is going to go off speed here. He sped him up fastball in. He gave him one up and away that he went after aggressively. You got him into swing mode, and maybe you look here to change the pace a little bit, because that is Zach Davies' game.
And he gets him looking. Strike 3.
Souza Jr. had the same approach I did. You know, after the back-to-back fastballs, okay, he's going to come off speed here. And he ends up coming with another heater, and it's right down the middle.
'89 right down the middle.
Right down the middle. Well, you try to think along with him, and I mean, I tried to think along with him, and I was thinking, okay, he's going off speed here. Well,
Brad Miller, ground ball left side, and it's off the glove. The recovery and a high throw all the way into the stands, and Miller's going to wind up at second base. Make sure everybody's all right. After that throw, a hurried throw, Perez commits the error to allow Miller to reach, and then an error on the throw.
Wow, right here, here's error number 1, what should be error number 1. And then an ill-advised throw. You're not going to get him. You're not going to get him. I mean, Brad Miller is by the bag, and he launches it right into the stands or into the camera well. That should absolutely be 2 errors, but just, you know, you're frustrated with yourself after not fielding that ball cleanly, and then you compound the mistake by making that throw, and now the Rays have a scoring shot.
Second base runner. Miller has been the base runner each time. Here's Echeverria. The pitch is down. So far just E5, but an error allowing the runner to reach, and an error allowing the runner to move up on the fielding miscue and the thrower. Pitch is down. 2-0. His haste to recover from the bobble. He airmailed the throw right into the stands. So we're going to call it a double error. See what Echeverria can do to try to get the Rays on the board. They trail 1-0. Looking for their first run in this series, and it's a 3-0 count. Alex Smith on deck. Strike taken. First time the Rays have had a man at second. Brad Miller walked with 2 outs in the second inning. Was left, and now Miller's aboard on the double error. And another strike. Full count. He's facing 24-year-old right-hander Zach Davies. Fastball is fouled away. One strikeout in the game, 1 walk in the game, given up by Davies. And Echeverria is out on strikes. Adrian Johnson down there at first as he went around. And so Davies comes back to record the strikeout for out number 2.
This pitch down and off the plate, and you see Echeverria looking to hold up there. This is a great view of it here. Ball off the plate.
You could argue that he did.
Yeah, I mean, you get out there into that gray area, but absolutely, I mean, anybody else could have easily said no swing.
There's Malik Smith. It's a big cut on the breaking ball. Well, a couple strikeouts in this inning. Davies is unbeaten on the road this year. He's 6-0 with a .280 earned on average. And Malik Smith turning away from that one that almost got him. At home, Davies 6-5 with an earned on average of over 6. He's been tough on the road again tonight. This one's going to get through Pena. Down to third base goes Miller. Breaking ball takes the count to 2-1, and the Rays get a man as far as third.
Well, it's taken 3 mistakes by the Brewers to get that runner to third. Here's a curveball down, and Pena doesn't get all the way down, and it squeezes through the 5-hole.
They call it a wild pitch. Miller at third. 2-1 the count on Malik Smith. And Smith tries to bunt and misses. 2-2.
Well, obviously
trying to catch everybody by surprise.
Yeah. I mean, apparently he felt very confident with 2 outs that if he got that down, he was going to beat it out. I mean, we've seen him do that before. But, you know, as well as he's been swinging the bat lately in a 2-1 count, you'd like to see him do just that.
And there's ball 3. Full count to Smith with Sucre on deck. Miller at third. 2 gone and a 1-0 ball game. Milwaukee leading. Rays up in the bottom of the 5th. And there's ball 4 inside. Missed with a fastball. First and third now for the Rays. Jesus Sucre on his way to the plate. Sucre 343 with men in scoring position. Only run of the game came in the 3rd. Garcia drove it home. Broxton scored. And here is Sucre. Move to first. Center field. Broxton's there, however. First pitch fastball, and Sucre hit it hard, but caught by Broxton. Through 5, 1-0 Milwaukee.
Boston Red Sox, winners of 4 in a row, continue to stay hot. A breaking ball there caught by Benintendi in the bottom of the first inning after the White Sox had taken a 1-0 lead, gives them the lead back at 2-1. And then how about that, another hanging breaking ball in the bottom of the second inning, and Jackie Bradley Jr. right down the tunnel to give the Red Sox a 4-1 lead as they now are in the top of the third at Fenway.
American League standings in the East. Boston up by 3 over the Yankees. The Red Sox coming in with a 4-game winning streak. The Rays 4.5 back, and a half game back of Kansas City in the wild card race. Yankees, Kansas City, and then the Rays a half game back. Well, Alex Cobb back out there on the mound, and a line drive off the bat of Braun and caught by Alex Cobb. Well, you get that glove up there. Talked about instinctive moves earlier, and a liner off the bat of Braun caught by Cobb.
This is how quickly it happens. And here's the thing too. This ball trying to go back up the middle, and Cobb able to corral it. Think about Braun's series so far. The Malix Smith catch in center field in last night's game.
Yep.
2 lineouts here in today's game, and you can see his body language after the last 2 lines. Like, what do I have to do to get a hit in this building?
Perez takes a pitch wide. Yeah, you talk about last night. You know, not only the Smith catch in the 8th, but when he was retired in the 6th inning, it took a good play by Duda to get there and get the ball to the pitcher covering. This one is going to hang up and up, and Souza Jr.'s there to make the catch. It's the second out in the 6th. 2 up, 2 down.
Well, this game so eerily similar to last night. Faria had to just continue to battle to keep Milwaukee at a 1-0 lead, and here we are in the same spot again.
Just over 100 pitches. Faria made 104 in 6 innings last night. Finished up with a 1-2-3 6th inning. And at the time, that was a 1-0 game. Pitch is a strike. Two. Right on the breaking ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Two up, 2 down, the 1-2. Where'd he go? The Rays want the appeal, and not this time, says Adrian Johnson. So it's 2-2. Only run came in the 3rd. Brewers have that one. And this one hit right to Miller. The shortstop side of second, out of the ship. That's a 4-3. And a 1-2-3-6. 1-0 Milwaukee. scoreless ball game. Alex Cobb has given the Rays 6 innings with 1 walk, 5 hits and a run. 6 strikeouts for Cobb. A little over 100 pitches. Arcia got the run home, and Broxton scored on a near catch and right. That was in the 3rd. And Zach Davies has been spot on for Milwaukee. 5 innings. A couple of walks. That's been about it. The Rays had men at 1st and 3rd there in the 5th, but Sucre lined to center. And it will be the 3rd time through now. Top of the order coming up here with Corey Dickerson to lead off.
And Dwayne, that's the one thing that last inning did. The self-inflicted wounds by the Brewers gets the Rays leadoff man here to lead off this inning for the 3rd time. And this is where you'd really like to see the Rays start to make a move, because Davies has been pretty spot on here all night. But you're seeing him for the 3rd time. You've got some pretty good sticks coming up.
This one is fouled out of play, and it's 1-1. Rays no hits through 5. We've gone a couple of walks, an error put a man aboard.
Well, you feel like it's coming, and you feel like when it finally does come, it's going to snowball.
2 balls and a strike. Breaking ball, and it's lifted, skied into left. Braun makes the catch. On the curveball, that's the 1st out. Join Brad Boxberger, Raymond, and the Rays Street Team at 7-Eleven Wednesday at 11 a.m. There'll be games, prizes, and autographs from Brad Boxberger. Don't miss the fun at 7-Eleven, located at 27219 State Road 54 in Wesley Chapel.
27219er, huh?
That's it.
State Road 54. A lot of numbers there. I'm thinking about calling that number a little later.
I don't know the count. Dude, let me know how it works out. Lucas Duda, ground ball and a fly ball tonight. And the breaking ball wide. Bullpen up for the Rays. We got a couple variations there. Stanek with a 95 to 100 and a split. Cishek will give you all kinds of angles to deal with. 2-1 the count on Duda.
Well, how good has Cishek been for this bullpen since
coming
over?
Addition.
Yep.
2.
He's come into some tough situations, and the ability to create velocity from his arm angle.
There's a line drive and a base hit. Duda picks up the 1st hit of the night for the Rays, and let's see if this can get them going against Davis. Davies had given up a couple of walks. Another runner reached on the double error, and a solid line drive single by Lucas Duda.
Well, use the middle of the field. Now the 9th game with the Rays. He's reached base safely in all 9. This one on a base hit right back up the middle. And you're right. You can almost sense it. That 3rd time through, someone's going to get him. And then sometimes you can start to put some things together here. And we'll see if the Rays can do just that. Just down by a run.
Evan Longoria takes the 1st pitch for a strike. Starts to go, but checks. Curveball sweeps low, and it's 1-1. starts to go, and did, says Adrian Johnson. And that puts Evan behind in the count.
Ball coming down and in. The hand start. A little too far.
Ground ball headed to short. Marcy at his second one. First base two. Davies throws the double play ball, and the Rays are finished in the sixth. On to the seventh, still 1-0 Milwaukee.
Brewers lead the Rays. Alex Cobb's night is over, and much like Jake Faria in last night's ball game, 6 innings of 1-run baseball. The curveball, very good. He was able to catch some of these Brewers napping on the fastball. Gets Eric Thames right there. A good changeup and a great sequence to Eric Sogard. Sneaking the sinker underneath the swing of Keon Broxton. Catching Santiago with the heater. And by the way, playing a little bit of defense himself. Needs a little help from his offense. If he wants to get bailed out in this game, as he's given up the 1 earned run, just 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, and also needs some help from the bullpen to come in and continue to throw the ball well as they have here recently.
Well, Ryan Standing just back from AAA on the pitch, and the first delivery is the fastball bounce foul for a strike. Standing had made 11 appearances for the Rays, covering just under 10 innings, 11 strikeouts, but 5 walks and 4 home runs. He went back to Durham and pitched extremely well. And the pitch is in there for a strike. Splitter was a big development for him at Durham. And there's a swing and a miss, and there it is. How about that?
That was filth. 90 miles an hour, and watch this thing just barrel itself right out of the zone. Down and in.
Well, the word was he was getting great depth with that splitter, and just couldn't have thrown a better one right there. Get out in front with the hard stuff and then finish that at bat on 3 pitches with the split. Sogard. And that's a strike.
It's always sobering to sit up here and watch a guy throw a split finger as hard as my fastball. He's trying to take speed off of it. I'm taking crow hops.
Fastball misses 1-1. Well, way back when you played, it was a different era.
It was. We had straight balls and drop balls. I did play apparently in Well, no, I played in that other era.
This one is down. Yes, you did.
Oh, man.
You had a chuck a duck sometimes with all those big bats and everything else up there.
Some of them didn't even look human.
Yep. Yep. 2-1.
I'm out there with a cracking voice trying to spot up some 89.
The fly ball lifted into left, and Dickerson is there.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I could not have pitched at the worst time.
But a better man for it.
I tell you, yeah. Give up some home runs. Well, I tried to pitch like I threw 95. I'm not going to walk it.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a breaking ball. No one cared about my breaking ball. Neither did I. The thing was awful. Fastball changeup. Move it around, baby.
Yeah.
Move it around.
Okay.
Hey, get your look in here. Drop it there.
Yeah.
Ooh, up here, down there. Oh, I'll ask for a new ball. We'll get the next guy. It happens.
Just keep going.
That's it.
That's right. Never give up.
Till
Never
they
give
yank,
in.
Till they yank you off the mound.
Yeah.
I look back even, and we were doing this the other day, looking back at some of the pitch counts that I had.
Yeah, you get after it.
I don't think that's allowed in.
I mean, you were going to stay there. If they're going to let you stay, you would stay.
My rookie.
We have found that out in more ways than one.
my rookie year, I had 2 different games where I had pitch counts of 137 and
Rookie
136.
year. Yeah.
As a 21-year-old,
Yeah.
22-year-old at that time. 137.
Yeah.
I'm not 6'4", 220. And you can't even get to 137 now anyway.
Yeah, but you were the guy in college who wanted to pitch both ends of a doubleheader.
I lost the first one on a no-hitter, 1-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to walk away a winner that day somehow. And it didn't happen in game 1, so certainly it's going to happen in game 2.
I like the determination.
Well,
this one is fouled out of play by Broxton. 97-mile-per-hour fastball.
you get the stuff that Stanek has, and you can throw that, rush it up there 97, 98, and all of a sudden, a little breaking ball, and then the split on top of it. I mean, and you get that kind of depth. It's kind of like what we saw from, what about the growth? And granted, it was 3 hitters, but it was 3, well, perfect hitters for Jose Alvarado.
Oh,
and
yes.
what he brought to the table last night.
Yep. Both these guys were up earlier.
Yep.
He's thinking, hey, 2 strong arms, maybe they can help then. And that's a miss inside. 3-2. Back to Durham. And boy, was he impressive. 3rd time in franchise history that we've seen a 9-pitch, 3-strikeout inning. Foul back at 97. We'll see another 3-2 here from Stanek.
Well, yeah, if these guys are able to have made the adjustment and the growth that the Rays wanted them to and thought was possible, you think about how thick and sturdy this bullpen can be.
Swing and a miss. He blows that one by him. 98, 2 strikeouts in the inning. 7th inning stretch time here at Tropicana Field. The Rays need some runs, down 1-0. to you by your Southern Chevy dealers and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Only run in this game scored in the top of the 3rd by Milwaukee, driven in by Orlando Arcia. The Rays through 6 have 1 hit, and that's it. Logan Morrison takes the pitch. Morrison, Souza Jr. and Miller against Zach Davies in the 7th inning. Davies in the mid-80s in pitch count. One twice tonight. Morrison has hit the ball on the ground against Davies. Put it into right field in the 4th inning, and Arcia is stationed out there. He's there again with the shift on. Foul that's going to carry out of play. Davies has given up 17 home runs this year, 10 of those to left-handed hitters.
Well, and you can understand why, not being overpowering. You make a mistake or two, and these guys can take full advantage. But as we've seen in those 3 previous games coming into this one, he has been very, very good. And obviously that tells you the location of his pitches has been good, as we've seen here tonight. But with just a 1-run deficit, you just need that one mistake.
Foul back.
And those last 2 pitches, Dwayne, the cutter, starting to see a little bit of that. He's been sticking basically, you know, the fastball, the changeup, the breaking ball. Not too many cutters here tonight, but coming in the last couple of times on Morrison to get the foul balls.
Yeah, he's fastball heavy, and that cutter is about 4th on his list. But you're right, sand a little bit here. Two count. It's lifted into left. Curveball there. That's the first out. Ryan Brown taking care of that one.
These types of games are frustrating for hitters because they're looking at the radar gun. You know, they face guys each and every night that are 95, 98, starters that are 93 to 96 with, you know, 88-mile-an-hour sliders, and you've got a guy out here throwing 88 to 91. Good breaking ball, you know, change up, just moving the ball around the zone, frustrating you. And hitters, that drives them crazy.
Steven Souza Jr. And he gets a call there. Davies, a strike on the corner. Tommy Hunter throwing in the bullpen for the Rays. Ball, and it's foul, and it's 0-2.
He's just locked in right now, but he's not perfect, and so again, you're just looking for the one mistake made in a bad spot. This Rays lineup very deep with a lot of power up and down. An extra base hit, a ball out of the park, something. But look at the location, just off the edge, down around the knees.
Ground ball, shortstop. Garcia on the run, makes the throw. Souza Jr. is the 2nd out here in the bottom of the 7th. The Rays find themselves very much in the same situation they were in last night, down 2-0. It's starting to get late. Brad Miller stepping in. Miller's been on twice on a walk and an error. Only hit of the game was the one out single in the 6th by Lucas Duda. One and 0. Curveball misses. Miller ahead. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a shot back into left. Braun will go to the track, reaching for the wall. He makes the catch. And that is out number 3. An opposite field blast by Miller. Just not deep enough. We go to the 8th, 1-0 Brewers. The 8th at the Trop tonight. Here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, presented by your Gold Coast Honda dealers. It's a Kids Sunday tomorrow. Doug Wechter will break down Orlando Arcia. He's been impressive and set to lead off the 8th inning. Arcia triple, singled, and homered last night. Scored both of the runs for the Brewers and drove in the run here tonight. Leads off against Ryan Stanek. Takes the pitch down, 1-0. This one is lifted to the right side. Miller out, and in front of Souza Jr. makes the catch in short right field. Gone in the 8th. It's Jacob Barnes up in the bullpen.
Number 7, Eric
Maybe 7 innings under his belt. Strike for things. One and one. Ball 2 strikes. He fouls the fastball back. Cobb for 6, gave up a run on 5 hits, walked 1, struck out 6. 6 pitches. Stanek had a 1, 2, 3, 7. Working the 8th, and it's 2-2. 1 out, bases empty. Foul ball holds the count right there at 2-2. Two, and this one is fouled back. Challenged him with that fastball, and Thames had a piece of it to foul it.
Yeah, and he fouled it straight back, and that's where as a pitcher you've got to be able to ascertain whether he was all over it or he was late, because sometimes you can get the same action, and that one looked like it almost beat it.
Way wide right there.
The split going awry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now listen, you take your fingers out from behind the baseball, and occasionally you're going to get one that pops out a little funny.
Deep breath by Stanek out there. 1 out, full count. Thames 25 home runs on the year. And he got him. He strikes him out. Overmatched him with that fastball.
Well, that fastball velocity forces a quick decision. Dwayne, you and I both know sometimes when you make a quick decision, it's a poor decision. And this was one right here. You're not going to get that far off the plate.
Number 16, Domingo Santana.
A tough spot to be in. You don't want to rush into anything, but you know, if you do, it's not good. If you don't, well, you're probably too late. Here's Santana. Goes outside, 1-0. Stanek trying to get this hitter and give the Rays a shot to get on the board in the bottom of the 8th. Two and 0. Foul out of play. It's 1-2. Two and 1. It's one of those. 2 balls and a strike. Came back to get that foul ball after falling behind. And a near miss right there. It's now 3-1. Ball 4 is down. Santana draws the walk. So 3 strikeouts for Stanek. Now a 2-out walk.
Number 8, Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun will be the hitter. Toyota inside look on Braun. Stacks up on the Brewers all-time list, and a number of them. 5th in games and hits, 1st in home runs, 2nd in runs batted in, 3rd in runs scored. Hit the ball hard a couple times tonight, and he looks at a strike at 97. Morales had it on the outside corner. Ron thought it was wide when he heard it go by.
Well put.
I'll tell you, Stanek, he gives it up there in a hurry. Runner takes off, a swing and a miss. Throw down is not in time. Santana steals his 10th base of the year.
We're going to try to be aggressive here and get a runner into scoring position. Off goes Santana. Didn't have a huge lead, but Ryan Stanek takes a little time to get to home plate, and he's able to sneak in and get there just ahead of the tag. But that being said, Stanek up 0-2 on Ryan Braun. One more quality pitch and you can get out of this inning.
Braun likes to swing the bat. Down now 0-2. Needs to be aggressive. Man in scoring position. And he's out on strikes. Got him with the split. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 1-0 Milwaukee.
Davies out of the ball game. He was absolutely fantastic here tonight. 7 innings, just the 1 hit, a line drive single up the middle by Lucas Duda. Didn't strike many guys out, only walked 2, but most importantly for the Brewers, did not give up any runs. He was outstanding at moving the ball around the zone and keeping the Rays offense off balance. And now the Brewers will turn to their bullpen to try to protect this 1-run lead.
Yeah, Zach Davies, the Bonefish Grill catch of the game for his performance. And Jacob Barnes, who's back home. Jacob Barnes out of St. Petersburg High and Florida Gulf Coast is on now, following up the 7 innings of Davies. And here's Adeiny Echeverria. The pitch is down. So Barnes homegrown here, and he can get the ball up there in a hurry. He's in that 95+ range. That one at 99. That's 95+. 2-0.
Oh, and by the way, Dwayne, just to cap that off on our Fox tracks, the red balls. You know, that's a new feature, and that for 95+ mile-an-hour fastballs, you would assume that's what you're going to see. But this is one of those situations. I don't care how hard you throw. If you can't find the strike zone, you're not going to help your team.
Yep. 3-0. And he gets the corner there. 3-1. So straight hard stuff right there.
And you know he's coming with it again. It's not going to get tricky here. 3-1. So be ready if it's in your area.
And a base hit off the fastball, single into right. And the Rays put the leadoff man on base for the first time tonight. Getting anybody on base has been a problem for the Rays tonight, but Echeverria, he's aboard right here.
And this is a fastball right down the middle, and this goes to show you the contrast between Zach Davies throwing 88, 89, 90, but he's pitching, and he's in good areas. He's pitching ahead in the count. And then you got a guy in there throwing 98, nothing but gas, great stuff, going to light up the radar gun. But if you become predictable and you're out over the heart of the plate, it doesn't matter. And this is what the Rays hoping for. Leadoff man aboard, go to work.
Here's Malik Smith. And he takes a fastball on strike one. Smith walked in the 5th inning. Only hit the Rays had off Davies. It was the Duda base hit, one out into the 6th. Now the block by Pena. It's a 1-1 count. Seven-year-old right-hander Jacob Barnes moved to first. Pickoff move. He fires it over there. Aguilar had a little trouble hanging on to that one. Brewers drafted Barnes in the 2011 draft. It's 2-1. Barnes was in 27 games last year with Milwaukee. 0-1 with a .270 earned run average. Up the left side, down toward the corner. That ball is a foul ball. He had home run distance on that low wall. A foul call by Gary Cederstrom. The count's going to go to 2-2. There it is, right down the line. And a bit of slice on it. Would that have not been something?
Malik's Oppo juice.
Yeah.
You're going to get another shot here.
Echeverria first, and a toss over there. He's back in. Two, and he checked in time. Count is full. Jones who put the leadoff hitter on base. Echeverria singled into right. 3-2, and it's popped into left. Braun coming on to make the catch in shallow left field. And that's the first out. And we'll get Jesus Sucre to the plate. Sucre was up there in the 5th inning with men at first and third and 2 outs, and he jumped on the first pitch fastball and hit it well, but on a line to Broxton in center field, and we've seen him do that.
When he stays up the middle, I mean, that's what has made him so successful. Runners in scoring position, stays with that up the middle approach and is just looking to drive that run in, put a good swing on a baseball, and when he does that,
and he takes a big cut there. Thinking of something else on the first pitch there.
And that doesn't work out too well when that pitch is moving away from you. You're going one way, the pitch is moving the other.
He's facing Jacob Barnes. And a swing and a miss on the fastball out there away from him. Sucre quickly behind in the count.
Now this is where you really have to bear down if you're Sucre and think up the middle the other way. You would assume that Barnes is going to continue to pitch you away. If he ends up throwing you a fastball in for a called strike 3, good for him. But you assume he's going to stay away with the fastball or the slider.
And a fly ball up the right side. Santana coming in a hurry. That's fair. Going to drop. Up to second base goes Echeverria. Sogard out there. Santana could not get there, and it fell just fair inside the right field line.
That ball was up there forever, but the Brewers, Sogard, Santana, just not able to get there in time. That was just perfectly placed. Both of those guys coming hard after it. It falls right in between them, and Sucre gets it done.
2 men on with the top of the batting order, Corey Dickerson. Only twice tonight have the Rays had 2 men on base at the same time. First and second here in the 8th with 1 out for Dickerson. He's looking for his first hit. Dickerson came into the game at 3:01, 3:29 with men in scoring position. Takes ball 1, 99, up and away. So the speed range 92 to 99 from Barnes. 96 is fouled out of play the other way. 1-1. Opposite of Zach Davies, starting pitcher. Barnes gets it up there in a hurry and then some. One. Now it's 1-2. We'll cut to that one.
Ooh, yeah, Barnes left that one out over the middle of the plate, and Corey Dickerson took a rip at it. Here it is. Doesn't quite get in. And Corey just a hair underneath it. Boy, he was looking to hit the back wall here at Tropicana Field with that swing.
Now a 1-2 count.
A little choke up action on the bat.
And a foul ball. keeps the at bat alive.
The Rays, this offense does not want to see Corey Knebel, so they want to do the work right here. You've got a great opportunity. Not going to be easy.
Yeah, they had enough of him last night. Back and forth. Echeverria back at second base. Barnes steps back. Only run of this game scored in the third. That belongs to Milwaukee. 1-2. Dickerson fouls it again.
Ow.
And that pitch was down almost on the ground.
I'm going to tell you what. He gets the pitches that nobody gets to. Well, he swings at pitches nobody swings at. Boy, look for that heater. Look for the heater. Boy, if I'm Barnes, I'm thinking heater up and in right here. After you get him lunging at that pitch that's down way below the zone, you think about elevating that fastball.
They want to talk it over. Barnes and Pena. Big spot right here. Bottom of the eighth. Echeverria opened with an opposite field hit. Alex Smith did a fly ball to left. Sucre down 0-2, dropped a base hit just inside the right field line. First and second. Dickerson and Barnes battling. 1-2 count. He starts to go wide. The throw back to second into center field. Echeverria heads to third, and he's in there and trailing into second. It's Sucre. Broxton made the throw to third plenty wide, and Sucre takes advantage of that and is now in scoring position.
Here's the problem. Why are you making the throw? There's no play there. There's no play at third. Why are you even making the throw? First of all, why are you making this throw? I mean, they come up gunning right here. He gets screened out by the runner, Echeverria, diving back into the bag. And I don't even understand that, number one. But number two, Broxton throwing to third. What? You're not going to get him.
Well, they do the Rays a favor.
Wow.
Now both men are in scoring position, and Peter Borges will become the pinch runner. So not only does Sucre advance, but it gives the Rays the opportunity to put some speed out there. So Borges is at second. Echeverria now at third with the count 2-2 on Corey Dickerson. Rays going to have a couple shots to take the lead now.
I mean, you talk about gift wrapped. I mean, this is as gift wrapped of a situation that we've seen this year. Now, let's see if the boys can take advantage.
Well, the pickoff attempt by Pena, the catcher, and the throw went into center field. It's the third error of the game charged to Milwaukee. Now 2-2 the count to Dickerson. And he is out on strikes. So Dickerson is out number 2.
Yeah, went with that slider, little back door. And Corey Dickerson trying to reach that, I think, thinking that was a fastball, and that ball dipped underneath the bat. And Barnes got exactly what he needed.
Here's Lucas Duda. 1 for 3 tonight. Swings and fouls that fastball right back. Strike one. And a grab in the upper deck. Borges second. Echeverria at third. Now they get together, Pena and Barnes. Rays looking for the base hit. Colomé is up in the bullpen. Hit by the pitch. And Duda hit by that fastball just grazed him, and the bases are loaded.
Now he's right up on the plate, and that ball catches just the sleeve of the jersey. And there was nothing on the swing. They asked for an appeal, and that ball definitely got the stingray on the jersey sleeve. There you go.
So the bases will be loaded for Evan Longoria. Well, the Rays have done everything in this inning except score. And now's the time.
That is the most important part.
They've loaded the bases. 2 gone. Here's Evan. Waves and misses at that high fastball away. Strike one.
Evans' approach here in the last couple of months has been extremely aggressive. Extremely aggressive. He has not wasted a whole lot of time once he's gotten into the box. That one right there just kind of expanded his zone a little bit. You don't see him do that very often. Try to rein things back in right here.
And he sends a fly ball into center. Broxton is there and makes the catch. And the Brewers get out of this spot. The Rays leave the bases loaded. Still trailing 1-0. Sports Sun brought to you by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers and by Pinch a Penny, the perfect people for a perfect pool. We go to the 9th inning at Tropicana Field tonight, and Ryan Stanek is back out after 2 innings of work out of the bullpen in relief of Alex Cobb. He'll have a new battery mate. Wilson Ramos takes over behind the plate. Perez will lead off here in the 9th. And pops it up, foul ball. That will carry out of play. Stanek a couple strikeouts in the 7th inning, 2 strikeouts and a walk in the 8th. He's in new territory. He has not pitched more than 2 innings, either with the Rays or at Durham. Perez fouls it back 0-2.
And you know what? It's not like he's in here to face Hernan Perez and then he's gone because it's a good matchup for the Rays. The bullpen is quiet. He has become your triple-digit long man.
A ball, 2 strikes. Swarzak up in the bullpen.
Okay.
That's nothing against him, but that's good news compared to what we saw last night.
Evil Knable.
Yeah, Knable was unbelievable. There's a shot back into deep left center field, and that ball is gone. Perez in the game because of the injury to Shaw hits one out. And it's 2-0. It's deja vu all over again, only an inning later from last night.
We remarked earlier in the game how eerily similar this one was, and it gets even weirder. And you know what? It's another hanging breaking ball. And that's what does that pitch in. I mean, Perez is able to stay right on it and through it and get it out to deep left center.
Here's Aguilar taking a pitch outside. 1-0. So Perez hits the home run. Well, the Brewers last night scored in the 3rd inning. They scored in the 3rd tonight and then hit the home run in the 8th last night. They've hit a home run in the 9th tonight to make it 2-0. One.
Well, you know, here you go. You make that point about Stanek not going past 2 innings. And all of a sudden, the first time that he does, the first guy that he faces ends up getting him.
There's a line drive base hit beyond Echeverria and into left. And Dickerson makes the pickup.
You know, some of it has to be, you know, guys seeing him for the 2nd time. Some of it has to be them just watching his stuff and trying to get a beat on him. And then on top of that, you know, not going that 3rd inning. Forget the pitch count. It's the ups and the downs. And sometimes that can take a little bit of a toll, and you lose a little bit of your command. You know, we saw the slider, and that kind of just spun in there. That was a hanger.
Alvarado's moving around down there in the bullpen now.
And it's going to take a hitter or 2, so he's going to have to get to work.
Manny Pena, the catcher. That pitch is down, 1-0. Jim Hickey's going to head to the mound. Well, it's a 2-0 ball game as a result of the leadoff home run. The base hit followed. And now you're trying to limit the damage and give yourself a shot in the bottom of the 9th. The Rays will have the middle part of the order. Morrison, Souza Jr. and Miller due up. Hickey extending that visit as long as he can before Gabe Morales goes out to break it up. One and 0 count here on the Milwaukee catcher. Fastball is high. 2-0.
I think the reason you got Swarzak up there too is Knebel has been used 3 of the last 4 days. It starts to build up on you a little bit.
Fastball, and he chases it, fouling it 2-1.
But first things first, you've got to slow this roll right here.
That's a strike. 2-2. Sogard on deck. And that one almost hit him. Full count. Now ball 4. Well, that pushes a man up to second in the scoring position. Runners at first and second. Sogard due, and Kevin Cash comes out of the dugout to make the pitching change. A run here in the ninth, and they also threaten a $6 value for $5 when you ask for Grouper from the Florida Lottery. With so many life-changing prizes, get your group ready. The Florida Lottery, it's your ticket. Claim it. Must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. Well, the Rays have a little bit of a situation on their hands here, electing to go with Standing for a third inning. He was touched for the home run by Perez and then gave up the base hit to Aguilar. He walked the catcher Pena, and it took a little while for Alvarado to get ready down there. That's the other element to this.
Yeah, you had Stanek out there, you know, for a third inning, which is uncharted territory for him, and we're into August, and he had no safety net down there warming up. So you give up the home run, okay, but now 2 runners aboard and some work to do by Alvarado to keep this at a 2-run deficit.
Sogard's going to be lifted here. Jonathan Villar is the pinch hitter. Alvarado, this is a little wide with that first one. Alvarado had the 3 strikeout inning last night on 9 pitches. We are hitting .217 with 8 home runs. Nobody out here in this inning. And that's a strike. In front of that pitch.
Power fastball, power breaking ball, good depth on it. Alvarado, the whole thing with him is command, and last night he was perfect with it, but if he's just good with it, he's going to be something else coming out of that pen.
Into the dirt, and boy, Ramos wasn't sure where that had gone for a moment. Immediately turned around looking for it. Fortunately for the Rays, it was at his feet.
Yeah, look how far out in front of the plate it comes. Thankfully, it hit the tip of that glove, or we would have had a Sucre moment, perhaps.
Two and two. Tap foul. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a cut and a miss at 99. He powers that one past VR. A big out and a big strikeout. The right kind of out there.
Rear back and let it zip. 99 up and away.
Well, here's Broxton. A single, a run scored, and a couple of strikeouts, 1 for 3. And trying to catch up there a little late at 99, strike 1. Upstairs. 1-1. Alex Cobb worked the front 6, gave up a run. Did 106 pitches. Stanek in 2 innings plus 47 pitches tonight. Pitches down, picked up by Ramos. Three balls and a strike. Stanek had 1 outing with the Rays before he was sent down. And that was a 41 pitch outing against Oakland, 2 innings. Gave up a couple of home runs and 3 runs in that one. And now ball 4, Broxton walks. And that loads the bases. Strikeout and a walk here from Alvarado. And they are loaded for Orlando Arcia. Arcia, double homer run. He's 1 for 3. And that's a strike. Up. Alvarado gets the jump on Arcia. A tapper back foul. 0-2.
Well, you need the punch out now. It's early on. You're thinking quality pitches, get ahead. And now that you've gotten the 2 strikes, you need that strikeout. The bullpen for the Rays quiet. This rests on the shoulders of Jose Alvarado to keep it at a 2-run deficit.
Two. Little tapper. That's a foul ball off his foot. Count holds at 2 strikes. Arcia tries to walk that pain off. And did he go? Yes, he did. Arcia out on strikes on the appeal down to Adrian Johnson at first. So we have 2 gone now. Here's a look.
Crossing the line.
Yep. Barely, but that's enough. 2 outs, bases loaded, top of the order now. Eric Thames, the left-handed bat, against Alvarado. The pitch is a strike at 99. And strike 2. 98. 2 quick strikes here. Alvarado trying to limit the damage to the leadoff home run. The 0-2. Whoa, this one bounces to the backstop, and the run is going to score. 1 strike away from keeping it a 2-0 ball game, and now it's 3-0. A wild pitch on the 0-2 delivery.
Oh, a breaking ball wide and in the dirt. Ramos goes out there. That looked a hit, you know, where the guys dig in the batter's box, hit a divot and pop straight up over the glove of Ramos, and that leads to a run for the Brewers.
Now the 1-2. And a ground ball down to the right side. Morrison with the pickup to retire the side. But 2-run score. Logan Morrison will lead off the bottom of the ninth. Rays down 3-0.
Your rally caps on, Rays fan. Win or lose, you can guarantee one thing. We will be here for Rays Live postgame, brought to you by WB Mason. Myself and Doug Wechter will be inside Tropicana Field recapping this game, and you will hear from Kevin Cash in the clubhouse as well as other players involved in this one. 3-0, very similar to 2-0, except the Rays have 3 more outs to go. Let's send it back up to the press box. Dwayne and BA, finish it off, boys.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. Villard's going to stay in the game. BR. Jonathan BR is at second after pinch hitting. Anthony Swarzak will take over on the mound.
Well, 46 time. He's got 14 holds, an ERA at 2.22. And we were talking last half inning, Corey Knebel, the all-star closer for the Brewers, has pitched 3 of the last 4 days. So he has the night down, and it's up to Swarzak to try to get the Rays here in the ninth.
So here's Logan Morrison fouling the first pitch back. Strike 1. Swarzak was in the game for a third of an inning last night. He hit a man and then retired Ramos. Rays shut out 2-0 on 9 hits last night when they left 11. They're looking for their first run tonight. No runs, 3 hits so far. They've stranded 6 through the first 8. Ball chopped up the right side and into the stands. Davies worked 7, Barnes 1, and now Swarzak. Close right there. Fastball 2-2. Steven Souza Jr. on deck. Miller will hit third. And a cut and a miss. Morrison out on the 95-mile-per-hour fastball. One away in the ninth.
Well, he brought it right down the middle, just above the thighs, right around the belt.
Steven Souza Jr. 0 for 3. Davies struck out 2 in 7 innings. Barnes worked the 8th, picked up a strikeout, gave up a couple hits and hit a man, but got out of that bases loaded situation. And there's a strike now to Souza Jr.
Well, there have been some innings so far in this series that have haunted the Rays, will haunt the Rays if they don't come back here in the ninth. You think about, you know, the 2 bases loaded situations in the game last night. Both were with 2 outs, but they had a first and third with nobody out and didn't get anything. Then the situation here where the Brewers tried to hand them an inning, throwing the ball all over the place.
And the Rays had 2 shots, as it turned out, in the 8th.
Yeah.
To get the go-ahead, the tying and go-ahead runs home. 1 ball, 1 strike, and then down 1-0. He decided to stay with Standing for a 3rd inning.
Yeah.
Instead of 2 excellent.
And you know, and like I said, the tough part about it is when you're not used to doing that, it's the sitting in between innings and then having to re-crank it back up. Even if the pitch count is similar to one that you may have had earlier in the season, it's the ups and downs that can get you.
Souza starts to go and did. Adrian Johnson again on that appeal.
Well, he's had a quick trigger down there, and I think if Souza Jr. goes back and looks at that, he'll realize it went a little too far. Sometimes tough to tell in the heat of the moment. You really feel like you held up, but video says otherwise.
It's now a 2-2 count. And he's out on strikes. Fastball from Swarzak. He's letting it go now, Swarzak. A couple of strikeouts on fastballs.
Well, he was a pickup from this Brewer team from the Chicago White Sox. You come to a new team and all of a sudden you're going to get a save situation, and you better believe that you're going to get max effort, and the velocity is certainly at the top end of what Swarzak throws here tonight.
Well, the Rays down to their final out. The pitch is fouled straight back. And out of play for a strike.
Jimmy didn't even make an attempt at that. Not even an attempt.
Jimmy Coggs, our high home camera guy.
And then he just fired it into the crowd.
Dangerous over there.
Jimmy's out of hand.
Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Oh my goodness.
There's Jimmy, and watch this.
Who needs one? But follow it down. Oh.
A lot of action on that delivery. Conk.
It's been that kind of a night.
It has indeed. 0-2 count here on Miller, and he bounds it back. Now we've implicated Jimmy. You know, he was anonymous before. This ball come flying down. Now they know who did it. They'll be waiting for him outside the door.
Yeah, the guy with the black eye.
Two strikes to count on Brad. Swarzak misses upstairs. Well, he's putting everything he has into these fastballs now, Swarzak. Well, it did appear in the 8th that the Brewers are trying to hand the Rays the lead. They left the bases loaded, and then the Brewers scored 2 in the 9th to make it 3-0.
Hernan Perez, he hit the big home run in the 9th inning. to give them their first run. A wild pitch with the bases loaded would be run number 2.
And there's a shot into right field. That's going to be over the head of Santana off the wall. They're going to hold Miller to a single. That's how quickly the ball got out there. And then Karam to Santana. Miller hit one to the wall and left in the 7th that I think we both thought was going to get out, and it was caught by Braun. This one he hits over Santana's head off the right field wall.
Yeah, he got a ball moving in. I mean, a hard line drive. He had no chance to get to second base, and I completely agree with you. The shot to left field I thought was going to be gone a few rows deep. I didn't even think it was going to be that close, let alone to be caught at the wall. You're so used to Brad Miller and his hard contact, and when you hear that sound, and I don't care if it's left field all the way over to right field, you know he's got the power to be able to drive it out anywhere.
Now Danny Echeverria is going to head into second. They're not paying any attention to him, and that's ball 1. Couple of strikeouts of Morrison and Souza ahead of the base hit, and now the move up by Miller on the first pitch to Echeverria. We'll be with you at 12:30 tomorrow. That's going to be Chris Archer against Jimmy Nelson. Archer 8-6 and Nelson 9-5. One-0 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
We need another base runner.
Need at least one.
That's it. That's it. That's all you can ask for. One more shot.
Now strike. 2-1. With a base runner down to their final out after leaving the bases loaded in the 8th inning. Maria fouls one out of play. 2-2 the count. Another get together. Union Swarzak. Zach Davies worked 7 innings. Jacob Barnes worked 1. Swarzak in here. And he's 2-2 with Echeverria. Ground ball headed to short. Garcia's throw to first. And for the second straight night, the Rays are shut out. It's 3-0 tonight. Davies will get the win, Cobb the loss, and Swarzak will pick up the save in this 3-0 ball game. With the Brewers taking the first 2 games by scores of 2-0 and 3-0. Took 3 hours and 20 minutes to play it. For Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast and not the outcome. Rays Live, the postgame presented by W.B. Mason, comes up next.